area. Then I will go back to a different type of tree. Put that in that area. Put a bunch of these first. Keeping in mind where the main walkable areas are. I also think I'm going to make some areas of the forest where it's almost all exclusively one type of tree. So you could kind of, if you look at it from a certain aerial view, it would almost be like a camouflage pattern where each different color of the camouflage is a different area that is mostly all one type of tree. Just because that happens naturally. It'll just give some diversity instead of a completely evenly dispersed random jungle like I have been making. That part. Just start right here and different type down. I do want to grab a hut. It's the 3.5. Just for size reference down here. So I don't gradually get the trees way out of proportion. May or may not just leave this one here. A random hut. Probably won't be many, just random huts. Will be in clusters, little villages. So you might even turn this into kind of like the starting area where there's a well, a bunch of huts around it. Size though. The tree's kind of big. But I don't only look at the size of the tree relative to the size of the character, but also the shadow pattern on the ground. If I put too many trees and make them too big, it's just completely shadowed. So if I shrink it, then the shadow isn't as huge and there's more of the shadow design on the ground. each tree placement, I want to get it close enough where it clips, but then turned so it isn't clipping, to make it thicker and look more natural. That's one of the toughest things to do with the foliage generator. Can't really do that as far as I know. They either clip or they're really far apart from each other. Not really far apart. You can't get it to be like this, where they both occupy, you know, their invisible bubbles that go around each other are overlapping. But nothing's actually clipping. That's what's going to take the most time, not just placement, but the precise angle that it's at. And stuff like the roots in the ground, depending on the angle, that makes it tricky. For the random generator. It's really just a big difference between quality and time saved when using that, as far as I can tell. It all depends on the style too. Like I've said before, I've seen a lot of really cool randomly generated worlds. But it just doesn't work in my case. I can't find a way to make it work good anyway. So I'll do that, and then I'll fill in. I won't always put this tree next to that one weaved in. I'll use other trees to fill in the space between. Some of the trees work on almost any angle because they don't have roots. Some with roots I have to put on a relatively flat angle. This one's kind of in the middle because of the way it twists. You can really tip it a lot, and it still kind of looks natural because the whole damn tree twists a lot. Whereas, like, if I tip a straighter tree, it looks funny. Up in the mountains, they're less traveled. I'll put bigger trees. can record while you stream too, but I haven't really found a need to do that because Twitch automatically records it, saves it for a couple weeks, gives you time to transfer to YouTube if you want, so it's permanent, or just download it right to your computer. I'm not positive, but I assume if you stream while you're recording too, it's a little bit more taxing on your system. Seven Days to Die, American Truck Simulator, and Budget Cars, Battlefield 4, cool. I've watched a few people stream that, it's kind of funny. Especially when they fall asleep at the wheel all the time. All of a sudden the screen goes dark. Like, oh shit. And they wake up and they've like crashed into a storefront or something. Oh crap, I should have slept. This one I'll probably make as big as it can be. Without clipping into anything there. It's pretty close. There's that one spot. Tinier. Clips into this tree a little, but I'll just move it. That's all screwy. 18 Wheels of Steel. Ever heard of that? Go with this one. I think that would be a good place to start a village-ish area. Should be a little flatter. Could just be right there, actually. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna make it right there. So let's grab this guy. No idea what you guys are talking about. Ground's a little crooked here. So I might kind of use this poly to help angle the ground, or angle the because it's way too steep. So keep it right here. Ease up. You meant to change the words there. You just straight up missed words there. It wasn't uncommon for Eddie to be drunk during performances. Alright, that works. Now, I don't know if the well is the same size, so... I do have 3 wells, yeah. One in the starter area, 2 in the floating temple area. It's an odd... Just make this down to the 100th instead of the 10,000ths, 100,000ths. Oh, what the fuck? There we go. Alright, now they're all 1.5, but I want to go to... What? Why don't you work? There we go. Still the right size. It shouldn't matter because I barely changed the size at all. I'm just going to put one of these in this little village area I'm starting. One's just the static mesh. This is the blueprint that has all the scripting on it already. For drinking out of it and filling your bottles. So I just need to take that, resize it to 1.15. Yeah, it could stay at 1. I mean, it's barely any bigger, but it just seemed too small when I first made it. I haven't played Project Cars Chevy, no. I looked into it though. It looks really fun. I had the hankering to play a Gran Turismo-esh game. And I don't remember which one I ended up getting. It's a pretty cheap one. Like $7. Played it for a couple days, got my race car fix. Used to play the hell out of the first Gran Turismo. Favorite car was the purple Plymouth concept car. Only purple, I guess. You know, just whip everybody's ass with it. My buddies would always use, what was it? I think it was a Mitsubishi, 4-wheel drive. Is it Mitsubishi? I don't know. Some big foreign 4-wheel drive car, which was pretty sweet. I'd still wreck them. It was actually probably a overall better car. But I just got really good at driving that concept car. Corner like a dream.
Thanks for the singing.
Thanks for the singing. Alright, there we go. Probably 6 is enough for now. I might come back and oh, I guess I can't count. It's 5. I'll come back and I might swap some of these out with a different type of hut. I'm gonna make a few different types of huts someday. Especially a yurt. I wanna make a big old yurt. It's at least like 3 times as wide as one of these huts. Alright, what was the last tree I put down? The big old pink flowered one. I should turn these more. They're all the exact same rotation. This one's a tricky one to put on angles, so I made 2 of them. One that doesn't have the bottom. 3 lower branches. So then I can put it in the side of a hill and it doesn't clip into it. Real steep there. And it's also a good one to keep small, like a little baby tree. So if I use the other one with the 3 in the bottom like that, those just get too tiny. Do music. Yeah, Martin. It's I know how to do it. It will just I just gotta implement it. It'll be pretty easy to get a random wind system. And that's basically just a sound effect at its basic point that will randomly play, and then match that with any visual weather effects that I have. And then match that with the visual shaking of the trees. But implementing all that stuff will be a lot harder than synchronizing it. That's pretty simple to synchronize something. It's basically just a, if this is happening, do this command, you know? But I'll probably also have another if statement that only... So it'll only work if I'm within in a certain radius. Which I think will be the easiest way. Easiest way to do that is just basically put a big bubble around my character that's huge, you know? And the trees will only animate if they're inside that bubble that's around me. Yeah, that bubble will be like, you know, 100-yard radius or something. Just a collision trigger that does a query collision, not a physics collision. Same thing that's around the well. There's a little invisible sphere around the well that you have to be within for the to be able to drink out of it and fill your gourd. Yeah, it's pretty simple scripting, the synchronizing of it. The bridge? Yeah, the problem with the bridge, like I have the animation working, and I had it swing randomly. You know, it'd swing a little bit. The actual animation is kind of a random swing, and then it slows to a stop. Then I could have it reset again randomly and loop a few times. I could match that to the wind too, but the problem with that is getting it, the walkable collision on it to stay exactly with the bridge as it swings. And I was kind of trying to cut corners to make it a little bit easier. So the whole bridge animation, even though it skews and twists and swings really realistically, it's only 3 bones that make up the whole animation, and only one of the bones actually moves. The other one's just there to put the 2 on the end are just there to weight paint the ends, so the ends of the bridge stay perfectly static, just like the posts in the first board. But if I go back into it and redo the entire animation with a ton of bones, then it'll be easier to socket the walkable collision blocks to the actual motion of the animation. But there also seemed to be a timing issue too, where the bridge would swing and the collider that I'd put on it to walk on wouldn't swing at the same rate or the same time. So the bridge would be swinging one way, then the invisible collider that you're walking on would be swinging the other. So I gotta figure out what the hell that's all about too, but don't worry about it right now. This damn tree is being a sucker. So I'm just gonna move it, put it on a flat area, and replace it with a tree that doesn't have the bottom tier of branches. You know, sleepy Bart. What time is it where you're at now anyway? It's gotta be late. Go to bed, Bart. I really gotta get faster at placing these trees, because I'll dick around with a tree for like minutes. Should only take me like 5 or 10 seconds. It does if I'm really trying to go fast, but I'll end up talking and tweaking it. And you guys are so distracting. Gosh. have to worry about the bottom leaves clipping into the ground because it doesn't have bottom leaves. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, Martin. But I need to add more bones to make it work correctly because of the way that the bridge sways. I'll show you right now. Let's see. I thought I showed this to you already, but I did it two different ways. One is just the static mesh with the physics asset on it, which is right here. And each one of those boxes is what you walk on. The mesh itself doesn't have collision on it when it's a skeletal mesh. Only the static mesh has the collision that's actually exactly where every single poly is. So that works good, and it's set up where for first person perspective it's fine because you never see your nobody else ever sees your feet because you don't have feet. I might add feet someday, and then I'd have to, that causes a whole other issue. If you look down and see your feet, there's a lot of places where you could look down and your feet would be in the ground. But this is all attached to one bone in the middle, which I don't know why it's not visualized right now. There we go. Okay, it's not showing the bone either. It's showing where the bone is. There's one on each end, and then one in the middle. And this one in the middle goes right to left, and it also rotates a little bit. So instead of just going like this, it goes up and then back up like this, you know what I mean? And it's weight painted so it stretches and skews the bridge realistically all the way along to here, where these posts and the first board are pretty much, I mean, they don't move at all. I think the first board might move just a tiny bit, but it's imperceptible. So this whole box under here, since it's only connected to the one bone in the middle that has this motion to it, it makes the end of this box move exactly in the same motion as the one in the middle. So this box right here does a big U movement, whereas this part of the bridge hardly sways at all. Open up the animation. You can see a little bit better. Fuck, why isn't it playing? Oh, that's the skeleton. Never mind. Oh shit, no, don't do that. Here we go. So here's the bridge moving. You can see how it's perfectly still on the ends. But in the middle it twists back and forth. So that collider on this side of the bridge moves at exactly the same speed and angle as the bridge in the middle here does. So that's why it's fucked. No, that's alright. Never mind. So when you're standing on the collider out here, you swing way out, and then you swing back out to here, then you swing back out to here. So basically what I have to do is just put a whole bunch of bones in it, maybe like every other board. Just shitloads of bones. And then each one of those bones will have its own little collider that moves. So then you're actually moving with the bridge. But then the other thing that's messed up is the timing is off. So the bridge is going up to the right. When you're standing in the middle, the collider would go up to the left. And then as the bridge goes to the left, the physical collider that you're standing on goes out to the right. So, I don't know why the timing's off. And the other way you can do that, if you don't want to use the physics asset, is to go right into make a blueprint out of it. And just forget about the physics asset and put your own colliders right into this part, which it had. I don't know where it went. It was basically the same thing. Just put boxes there, attached them to the bone socket. So effectively, it pretty much was the same thing. Why that didn't save, I don't know. I think I just deleted them. No, here it is. That was the static. There you go. So I tried it that way. And that doesn't work either. And then finally it clicked. It's like, well, duh, the colliding blocks aren't going to skew and stretch themselves. They're all going to move at the exact same rate that the middle one moves, because they're all attached to the middle bone. So basically, give this middle one its own bone, this one its own bone, that one its own bone, but I'll probably make those a lot smaller, so they're only about as wide as 2 or 3 planks span. And then there's the issue with the ropes not having colliders in them. So I might have to put a bone in each rope, in each section, horizontal section between the ropes, and I wouldn't have to here, because I can just put a pipe in there that adds collision, and then get that all to move at the same speed relative to the part of the bridge that it's moving at, which won't be tricky. It'll just be the difference between animating it with one bone or animating it with, you know, probably 100 bones that are all linked together. I'm not really sure why you can't, like in the static bridge here that is in the game, it doesn't move, but it naturally has collision on it. So every board has collision at every angle, and when you walk, your character bounces because it's a little uneven. And you can't walk through the rope, you have to crouch if you want to get under it. If you're crouching here, you bang into that. And all that is a simple is this. Changing it to complex collision is simple. But there's no setting that I can find that's equal to that. In an animated skeletal mesh, you have to use the physics asset or put in colliders like I just showed. I had to do that with the trap, because the trap is animated. It's actually three different meshes. One when it's set, one when it's released, and this one is the animated one, so you never actually see it like that. You only see it in its state when it goes from from set to triggered. But because it's all skeletal meshes, none of it has the natural collision on it, so I put these rods in it that have collision on them. Rods sticking out. It's underground, so you never see it. There's a rod hidden in every piece of wood. So then you can walk up to the top here. You can't walk through this one. That also puts a hole in the navigation mesh. Without any of those extra rods put in there, this wouldn't make the right type of hole in the nav mesh for the enemy AI. But that works really good now. But I'll have to do a similar thing with the bridge, maybe. Put rods like this through every rope and every plank. Or in the physics asset, I'll use, in place of rods, I'll put the collider spheres like that. That's a sensing sphere, but it looks the same. Anyway, enough of that. I'll go back to placing trees. Yeah, I said rod. I like to say rod. My musico. Buzz Lightyear meme. I don't think that's gonna happen, Chevy. Happy little trees. A happy little tree here. Maybe a happy little tree over here. A happy tree. Maybe you can put one of these here that has the extra on the bottom. As high as I can. That one's right on the brink of looking funny because that's crooked, but I think it'll work. I was clipping through that. Here, these. It's a misnomer, it's not tiny. This one I do use when I want to make a tiny version of this, though. Yeah, Chevy, that's the biggest inspiration for this game. No one streams Long Dark anymore? One or two weird people? Draws a weird crowd. True survival games. Bring out the weirdos. I like weirdos, though. That's why I played it for so damn long. A weirdo. There's got to be some of the old streamers who used to play it back in the day when I was streaming it a lot. Maybe they only come back periodically during big updates or something. But they'll all come back. Story mode is released. Oh, I missed that being floaty. That's weird. Especially since they recently had a pretty big update, didn't they? Changed a lot of stuff in the game. Just found out about Martin, you were telling me that the trait system, wasn't it? The trait, the skill system, the feat system. It was the feat. Maybe that was a long time ago that came out. I think it was just yesterday I realized that the Warcraft movie was released like 3 months ago or something. I was still waiting for it. I remember like 6 or 7 months ago when I was in the last place I lived in. I was watching Vikings. And I found out that the lead character Vikings was going to be in the Warcraft movie, so I was all stoked, waiting for it to come out this summer. And then I just totally forgot to keep track of it. I didn't think it was even out yet. Surprised that I hadn't heard about it. I think I'm gonna watch it with my son. One of these days. We're watching The Force Awakens right now. Watching a little bit the last couple nights. It's only about a half hour left. It's pretty good. I really like how it really mirrors the very first Star Wars in so many ways. You know, Episode 4, A New Hope. Ever seen that one? Yeah, Chevy. Wreck them bears. Aren't they already planning on another one too? Thought I heard that. 8th one is in the mix already. In the making. Being planned. Of course it is. It sounded like it was gonna relatively soon in the scope of things. What was I reading that? When did Episode 1 come out? That was The Phantom Menace, wasn't it? It was like 18. I don't know. We're almost we've either surpassed it or we're really close to the time where there's more time has gone by since the Phantom Menace and now than the time between A New Hope and the Phantom Menace. Can't remember what the actual years are, but we're either past that time or it's really close. Nuts. Because back then it seemed like it was lifetimes in between A New Hope and Phantom Menace, you know, because I mean, New Hope came out before I was even born. Star Wars Rogue is coming out this year. And then 8. Wow. Huh. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it just doesn't trip some people's trigger. I really like Star Wars now. When I was a kid, I didn't, though. I don't know. I just didn't care for it. I was a huge Trekkie, though. I love Star Trek. But I just really couldn't get into Star Wars. Should have given it more tries, though. So once I got older and then watched it, actually sat down and watched it, I really liked it. No, you didn't. You're not that ignorant, Chevy. You'd have to really be living under a rock to not know that they're different. Right. You lie. I'm not gonna believe that, Chevy. Hey Zeddy, how's it going? You thought they were like spin-offs of each other? They're completely different, man. Not even close. You're just joking. No way in hell I'm gonna believe that. Just a troll, Chevy. Alright, this ground is not gonna work for that tree. I'm doing good, Zeddy. Putting trees down all over the place. Started the beginnings of another little village with huts. It's nothing more than 5 huts in a circle with a well right now, though. That's basically what the starter village is. I don't think I want that there, because I want this reveal to be a little bit more open. Maybe put it over here. I don't want to cover up this first view of the tunnel too much. Not the tunnel, but the corridor and the archway. funny, Chevy. I guess I could see that from a younger generation. I mean, that's kind of why I never really was interested in Star Wars, because it was, you know, kind of a generation before me. Not quite, it was like right in between. Well, it depends on your definition of generation, too. Like, parents were, you know, adults when it came out. I wasn't even born. So that makes sense. You are young and Chevy, aren't you? Kind of like Battlestar Galactica. I had no idea that was based on a series from the 70s until I was like halfway through watching the remake. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I don't know, you were... How old were you then? Wait, you're like 5 or 6 when Phantom Menace came out? You should have been the perfect age to be all about the newer Star Wars trilogy. So you just didn't give a shit about it. Yeah, you would have been even older. Did you leave, did you live a sheltered life, Chevy? Parents wouldn't let you watch sci-fi? Be unfortunate. Really, Zeddy? What's wrong with you guys? Push-ups now. Yes. Nothing wrong with that. It just doesn't trip your trigger. You don't need arms? How do you do push-ups, Bart? You wanker? As much as you talk about it, I wouldn't doubt that's what you are implying. Knew it. finally, Bart. He's full of crap. Yeah, I haven't either. She, I don't think she's on Twitch as much. Stopped by a few times. I remember she had a kid last year, so that's probably taken up quite a bit of her time. Taking care of a mini human and all. Yeah, I haven't seen Java in even longer. I don't think I've seen him since I started making this game like 6 months ago. He disappeared. Yeah, you think so, Bagel? You know? That, it might be true. Sorry if I'm missing any of your questions. You deleted me on Steam, Chevy? You're probably in a fit of rage when I was making fun of you when you were drunk one day and you just don't remember. And you cried and you're like, I'm never gonna talk to Thresh again. You forgot all about it in the morning. It's most likely what happened. It's all Fubard now. Okay. So that tree, that one. Not this one yet. Gotta get a bunch of these in there. Yikes. You think you got butter once? Sorry. I don't know what happened, but it probably had something to do with alcohol, most likely. Good assumption. It's pretty epic. You should stream more, Bart. Buckets. Oh, it scares me. Why is all of a sudden that root never... Well, I guess this ground is crooked, so that's probably why. Over here. Drop it down. It's all wrong. Just not a good space to put this plant. Kind of has to have its own plane to go on. Zero the rotations out. There we go. 'Cause it is modeled to go on a flat plane pretty well. When you get on an angled plane, multiple planes come together. It's tough to get that one right. That'll do. A smaller one here. A forest of these types. It'll look kind of neat. 5 times in a row, Bart. You're such a troll. I might increase the minimum amount of viewers to allow hosting to 2, just to troll you back, Bart. I misunderstand that command, and it means I have to have at least one viewer. But I think I always do because my bot. Token bot counts as a viewer. Here we go. You're trying to spam the hosting signal, aren't you? There must be a built-in system to keep that from spamming. My assumption of your age lowers every day, Bart. Did you know that? Damn tree. Alright, Bart. Take a break, man. I had to. Bart's gonna cry. Oh, I missed the autosave. The host still works even when he's banned. There's just a spot on your homepage, Chevy. Somewhere. I don't even know where it is. Because he keeps spamming hosting. All I see is like 15 Liebart is now hosting you. I can't even read chat anymore. I might unban him if he quits that shit. That's annoying as hell. I'm really surprised that you can host someone and they get the host message while they're banned. Yeah, I don't even know where it is. It's somewhere on your page, Debbie. There might be a glitch in Twitch and he's actually not trying to host me over and over and over and over again. Here, I'll unban his ass. I don't even remember how to unban. You unban someone. Is it that? Oh my gosh. My chat is fucked. Okay, yeah, there's some glitch in my chat. Every time I try to type something and add it in, it just adds another Liebart is now hosting you. I'm gonna refresh the page. This is what happens every time someone hosts me now. Anytime someone says something, it just repeats the host notification. If I try to type, it doesn't even register. It just keeps spamming that. That's why I thought you were spamming me, Lee. 'Cause it's fucked. I gotta refresh it to make it work again. Yeah, Junin. Thank you. I appreciate it. Sorry, Bart. It was temporary. Okay, so that tree doesn't really work very good up this valley. So I probably won't put any there. Some right here though. It's cool, Chevy. that one. No, not at all. That's a bad one. Put it over here. Cool, man. It's going good. Hey, thanks, Kit. Yep. I'm back, Chevy. For the time being. That might look a little better. Hey, thanks, Kit. I appreciate it. Looks a little funny like that. A little better, yeah. There we go. Just want this to look right. First time through this. Oh, it's the edge of the. I was wondering what that line was. It's the edge of the nav mesh box, I think. That's what it should be. Yeah, it is. Just gonna want this first view to look right, as if it was a still picture. Still not quite satisfied with that, though. A little more. That's a little better. Put a bunch of these down. Mostly a straight angle. Should get used to hitting the hotkey for that instead of flipping between all three with the spacebar. Can't remember what the hotkeys are though. It's like E and R and T or something. E and R. E is rotation. R is size. Whoops. See if I get some up close here that look right. Oops. Don't want to duplicate the whole world. Just those trees. Oops. Scale them uniformly. Maybe twist them a bit. End key, not dropping them. Not sure why. Just gonna look into seeing if there's settings that determines what happens when you hit end. It's supposed to snap the mesh down to the ground, which it doesn't even do anything half the time. And half the time it does work. It doesn't actually clip it all the way into the ground. Just kind of floats. Just gets it closer. Lone one here. There's a couple more around it. It's real quiet in here after Bart leaves. Even with Chevy in here. Chevy, you don't talk as much as he used to. What's up with that? Tell me a story, Chevy. Inappropriate ones. Please. go. I don't know. We'll force him in here. That would be weird. There's probably a reason he hasn't been around for a long time. Most likely he just doesn't give a shit about watching a game being made. Rather watch someone play a game, which is understandable. Guy named Flip. I'll tell you a story about a kid he used to hang out with. Climb a tree. And his friend almost pooped on him. How does that even happen? He's up the tree and he's like, oh my god, I gotta go now. Can't help it. It's pretty funny. Reminds me of one of my nephews on a family deer hunting trip. Sitting in the deer stand for hours. And he had to poop. And he didn't want to walk all the way back to the cabin or even walk down and poop in the weeds. So he just hung his ass off the deer stand. And he shit. And it went all over the ladder up to the deer stand. He didn't tell anyone, and he just avoided it when he climbed down at the end of the day. And then the next day, people switched, where they were posted, where they were hunting. He failed to tell anybody to, hey, watch out for the shit on the ladder up to this one deer stand, because I shit all over it. And of course, the next person that climbed up it got it all over their gloves and their boots. Didn't realize it until they got up and sat down, and they're like, oh my god, why does it smell like shit? It's on my hands. It's nasty. Good stream story right there. That's gonna impress a lot of new viewers. Thanks, Chevy. Thanks. He's like a bird. I guess I poop. I'm in a tree. I guess I poop. Yeah, they weren't too happy. They had words. That's good. Those were right on the money, man. Need another one now. It's not as bad when you guys tell inappropriate stories, but I gotta check myself so it doesn't make me tell a even more inappropriate story. Poop everywhere stories are usually good though. Once you've had 3 kids, can't really be offended by poop stories, because you live a poop story. It's just poop everywhere, all day, every day. Poop on the carpet, poop all over the floor, everywhere. Poop in the bed. Poop in the tub. Poop on toys. Poop in the hair. It's just a frickin' poop fest all the time with kids. I thought it was bad when we had cats in the house. Not even comparable. Oh, your animal poops in your house? Oh. You don't have kids, do you? Let the woman leave her husband after he spent all their money? Jeez. She couldn't take it any longer. It's good. Totally unrealistic though. Oh, 2 people left the stream. Did I take it too far? They must not have kids. Okay. There is a disclaimer at the beginning of this stream. Enter at your own risk. I have children. Beware of bad dad jokes. And Chevy. Alright, it's getting to look a little jungly. A little bit. Once I put rocks all around, that'll really fill it in. And then the ground cover plants, pickup items. be a little too This one used to be bigger. Oh, Spaz. Yeah, he didn't last long here. Yeah, that was back when I played Ark. He was alright at first. I even named one of my pet little Delosaurs after him. I just started naming them all names of frequent streamers, or viewers. Pretty sure I named one Chevy. I know I did. I think that changed. What? Like keep your players sane stuff? Didn't quite understand that. You're a couple of drinks into the night, aren't you, Chevy? It's alright. Oh, you're talking about the forest. They changed stuff, add more to the map, and you have to keep your players sane. Okay, so there's like a sanity survival meter. That seems to be getting more and more popular. Sanity aspects of survival games. Used to be more like psychological kind of horror games where you didn't have to worry about, eating or anything. You just had to worry about not going crazy. I've seen more examples of survival games implementing that system too. It's kind of cool. I might join the bandwagon and add something like that to this someday. 'Cause it's quite a, it's a real thing to worry about when you're stranded in the wilderness for a long time alone by yourself. Can really screw your shit up. Make you make really bad decisions. Stop trying, Just watch any of those actual survival shows that aren't scripted. That's like one of the main things. I mean, as far as I know, they're not scripted. Like Alone, the one that's made in Vancouver, where they take 10 people and isolate them on different parts of Vancouver Island, give them some gear, and see how long they can last. Almost everyone that leaves, it's psychological. They're just like, fuck this shit, I'm going home. Rarely does anybody leave because they just can't stand like the hunger or they injure themselves. I mean, that happens, but most of them go home because they miss their family. It's understandable. Or they're just straight up nuts. Go nuts too. I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but if you haven't watched Alone, that's a great survival show though. It's usually something that triggers it though, rather than just the isolation. Something will push them over the edge. And even though they, have a lot going for them, they could stick it out a lot longer. They just give up. Because they can't take it anymore. No, it's just called Alone. It's one word, Alone. It was a History Channel show. I believe it's History Channel. Yeah, and there's been 2 seasons. And I think the 3rd one is already filmed. I mean, it might even be airing. Just thinking about how to implement a system like that into the game. So I wonder how the Forest does it. One of the first things I'd think of is that if your insanity meter is going south, you could have it have like craft times take longer and a higher chance to fail. That'd be a good thing to kind of a realistic thing to have that effect. Yeah, history or discovery, I think. It might not even be either. I can't recall which one it is. All I know is it's a popular cable station. It would take me 5 seconds to Google it and figure out, but nobody got time for that. What is this? Why is that poly such a different color than that? Oh gosh, it's because that's the rock. I thought I was on the edge of the edge of the map. It's one of the big arched rocks I put there. Thought I was on the edge, like looking up this, Food and being lazy, resting in the forest. Oh, so if you don't have, if you're starving, you start to go insane, or if you haven't rested for long enough, messes with that too. Yeah, definitely those are the 2 like physical things that would affect that the most. It'd be kind of tough to. Oh, maybe that would be good though, because it would, games should kind of get harder as the more that you play it. So that would make sense. Just say the longer you've played the game, the more hunger and lack of rest would affect your insanity meter. So it would be easier for hunger and fatigue to affect your crafting skills later in the game than it would in the beginning of the game, you know what I mean? That'd be kind of a good way to slowly make the game get harder over time. Like the first week of the game, being tired and hungry wouldn't affect your crafting skills as much, like the time it takes and the chance to fail. But months into the game, in game time, not playtime, the same amount of Testing the mechanics to the next step. Obviously the trees don't have to be here. I could have just put the pickup items down on the enemies, but I want the I gotta flesh out the environment like this anyway, and it'll just make testing in it more fun. Most of them cons player. Since I got what? Oh, console player. I see. Yep. Cool. Now, you mean Novice Gain? Yeah. Yeah, I've played on Novice Gain. I actually grew to like that better than the random maps, but I think they've improved the random map algorithms a lot. So much to do, you got crazy. Nice. That's good. It keeps you playing though. It's a delicate balance between not enough and getting bored too easily, and too much shit that you get overwhelmed. You know? Especially when differing desires of players is in the mix. Got the hiccups. I think I'm gonna move some of these. Did you ever play Empyrean? Crazy? Chevy? I mean, called you crazy. Well, you are crazy, but I was reading the comment. Do that a lot. Say the word I don't mean because I'm looking at it. Start calling you crazy, dude. Doesn't help that there's actually some people who frequent the stream that have the word crazy in their name. You've never played Empyrean? You know what game I'm talking about though, right? Pretty sure you were around when I was playing that. It looks like it's changed a bit. Call me crazy one more time. What's going on, Martin? Was that a mistell? Or am I just not understanding the context? It's like 7 Days to Die in space, Chevy, basically. instead of zombies, it's aliens. And it's voxel-based building. But you can also make flying space vessels. Pretty sweet. And even that's all voxel-based. Basically, make a big spaceship out of squares. But there's a huge variety of shapes that aren't just squares. So you can make some pretty sleek looking angled ships. Similar to Space Engineers. It's a very underrated game. Should be way more popular in my opinion. Yeah, I might have made a few phallic spaceships. Yeah, you remember that. The what are they called? The Cylon Raiders. Look like a big dick without the wings. And there's some others. Did you name the Juan Johnson ship? I think you did. It's supposed to look like a tadpole. I don't think that was you that named it. No. Continue waiting through statements and calculating budgets. I see. It's confusing because the first thing he said was not yet, but close. What were you referring to? Yep, finances are fun. Sleepy time. Yeah, I spent a lot of time making ships in that game. Way more than I did exploring and stuff. When I played, there wasn't much to do after you reached a certain point, because the AI was just shit, and the loot, you know, no real reason to go for loot. And I played on a not a PvP server, so that's, you know, that would have added a whole nother element. But playing on a PvE server with just people I know, once you gather all the resources you need and build up a base, there's really nothing left to do but make ships for fun. But even the last time I played, though, there's a lot more to do. More planets added, and the AI got better, and the loot got better. Thought about getting into PvP server, just for fun. But I'd probably just rage quit. I don't know, Martin. I've been lost for minutes on that conversation. No big deal. It's all good, man. I think the color of something got changed. Because I just realized that the blossoms on this tree are the exact same color on this one. I obviously did that purposely. But I'm pretty sure I changed the color of these. So it wasn't so apparent that they're exact same as that. Maybe not. Maybe I just totally forgot about it. On my way. Ori. There's been a few times where the engine crashed and I hadn't saved it for a couple hours. But right now it's there's a lot of basic mechanics in it, but it's still a pretty basic survival game. There's a lot more that I'm going to add to it. And objectives and stuff. It'll be mostly open-ended until I've created subsequent maps and linked a bunch of objectives together that will kind of tell a story. Eventually it will have a type of endgame, but even then you can still just keep on living in the world to see how long you can survive, if you so choose. The basic backdrop is you're the last member of a tribe that's been decimated by insectoid aliens. Your job is to survive and kill them. So I need to open up first person blueprint because that's where I currently have the scripting for setting time of day. And I don't... Fuck, I forgot. I know I wrote it down somewhere, but who knows where the paper I wrote it down on is. Let's see. Should be time day 15. I'm gonna write it down on a new piece of paper. 1540. That does not correlate to... Actually, it might correlate to military time. I think I have a 2400 increment day right now. It's been a while since I worked on the day-night cycle. But 1540 is dusk, and I believe it was 750. Here's somebody? Hello? I think it was a sound in the song. It sounded like somebody going, wah? 750 is morning, I believe. So yeah. It's on an alien planet though, so chances of it being a 24-hour day. I think it actually kind of is right now. So if I change that to 750, now I'll start in the morning instead of night. So I'll have 20 minutes of daylight. I have it set at, I think. 20 minutes of daylight, 20 minutes of darkness. I'm just using the blueprint system, just like what you see here. That's what it's called here, Zeddy. It's because nobody uses it here except people in the military. And maybe a select few extravagant people. But no, literally, like, I don't know anybody who uses it who hasn't been in the military. It's just, I don't know the way it is. But no, it's like legitimately called military time. It's not just a slang here. Let's see. Did it compile? Did it save? I mean, it might not be the official technical term of it, but you're actually the first person I've ever heard in my life think that's weird. I never knew that people thought it was Americans are weird for calling it military time. So I'm just an ignorant American. Alright, and then the last thing I need to do is put the first person character back at the starter area. Yeah, I'm not surprised that people elsewhere use a 24-hour clock normally and don't associate it with military. Kind of like temperature scale. You know, I kind of wonder why the hell we use Fahrenheit. It doesn't make any sense. Celsius and the metric system makes a hell of a lot more sense to me than Fahrenheit and imperial. Alright. Now this. No, what? Did not mean to. That was the wrong box. The event graph, it's basically you take one box which represents a line of code, and then you wire it into the next box which represents a line of code. And you know, generally it's a link has a beginning and a definite end, but it can loop or branch off, and yeah, it's like it's a whole nother language, you know, of its own. It's not like you can just go right into it and start making it work. It took me a long time to figure out basic shit. Okay, first person target point. I'm getting the hang of it. Character. Point 1, I believe. Yes. One of these days I might set up hotkeys where I can just start the game and then teleport around the map. But until then, I will just use these target points and copy paste the coordinates. Save one more time. Oh, that's right. What was that? Stan? God, I haven't heard that forever. Hey, I don't know shit about traditional coding, Tooth, and I learned blueprints fairly quickly. I don't know really anything to compare it to. But I caught on. That's kind of one of the main reasons that visual scripting was made, to get people who aren't really, you know, of the coder mindset to grasp the concept and have an easier way to do similar things. But if there wasn't so many good tutorials out, I'd still be derping around. Okay, so let's skip the title screen. That's fine, because I'm in the game map, not the title screen map. When the game starts, it shows the name of the game. It's called The Last Makaran. Has a little menu with some simple options, and then a little text intro that explains a little bit of the backstory. So yeah, that's early enough in the game. But super smooth. I'm getting probably somewhere between 40 and 50 frames. I could have put the readout up, but it taxes the hell out of my computer, so on the stream it looks like it's losing a lot of frames. So just a little disclaimer. It's not as choppy as it looks. I'm just gonna grab some food and water because I don't really have the time too much to... Yeah, I can show a little bit of how the crafting system works. Screw it. Pineapples, aloe. Grab some more aloe. Oh. Yeah, I should have shut it off now and again. I got texture streaming pool errors now. It's getting a little laggy. It's all good. Okay. Make some things in your inventory like this, and shard out of the rock. Make some staves. Then, this is the main crafting menu. It shows, whatever you click on, it shows what you need under it. A little description on the right. This is the only thing that I haven't implemented yet. Make a couple torches. I need to make a knife first, but I need a hammer to make a knife. There we go, equip it. This is all subject to change. It's just the first working implementation crafting system. Oh, the texture streaming pool warning went away. That's odd. Once it shows up, it usually stays. Oh, there it is again. What the hell? That's weird. bow drill, you can make that from scratch too. If you take the cordage and make it into a tinder bundle, as long as you are by a fire or you have the bow drill on you, you can light it. And then you can use that to light your torch and other fires. Just tried to click on that, what was I thinking? Go. And make some more torches, because it's going to get dark by the time I get to the temple for sure. So that's going to be my goal, get to the top of the temple. Which I have no idea how long it takes, so I'm going to write it down once I start going for it. It'll probably be a 15-20 minute walk, if not more. But I might not even make it. Because I've never tried to walk that far. I don't know how much food stuff it's going to take. And that's if I can get by the aliens without dying. Which isn't guaranteed. So that's 2 things of water. Gourds, pineapples, aloe. Did I even grab any blow darts? No. It isn't right now, Tooth, but in the future. Well, the world's never going to be randomly generated. That's always going to be static, like what you saw me making earlier. The items might be, most likely, but not for quite a while. Like, oh shit. Drop that. I should have put these in my quiver. I might add a drag and drop system too, so I don't have to do this. I could actually drag these over to my quiver. Right now you have to drop them, it automatically sorts itself. And they're all clipped into each other. I'm gonna make a random drop. You know, so each time you drop an item, it doesn't drop in the same place if you're not in the same place. So there's technically like 12 arrows right there. And they all went in my quiver. And now, grab the spear, and I'm just gonna go for it. What do we have, 4:04 stream time? See how long it takes to get to wherever. Yeah, maybe some sort of stack system. It all depends on how it affects the gameplay. Most likely there's going to be some critters over there. So we'll get them. There's a sword and what the hell's the other thing that goes there? I don't remember. Oh, the blowgun. Left the sword back in the hut though. While I'm walking here, I'm gonna load the blowgun. Now that'll always stay loaded if I switch until I shoot again. These guys tend to hang out in this corner, the ones that come over here, and sometimes get stuck in the rocks. But oh, those two are fine. I missed. Ah. Dang it. Alright, I'll get this one coming at me. Those were horrible shots. It's kind of hard to judge the distance. Alright, you dead. Get my arrows back. Get some meat from him. Oh, how could you not be spawning meat? Are you kidding me? Either that's broke or I'm getting extremely unlucky. Yeah, I shouldn't have been that unlucky. Might have Yeah, it did. It spawned underground. I'll have to fix that. Oh shit. Die! Last arrow I shot disappeared. Okay, well I already found 2 bugs to add to the list. I'm pretty sure that arrow's stuck inside his body. So it should show up when he despawns. Oh fuck. Nope, it did not. 6, 7, 8. Might just be under the ground here. Hey, thanks, Dashuni. Appreciate it. Nope, that arrow just disappeared. Unless I grabbed it as soon as I shot it. I don't know. Meat harvest spawn. Underground. Not good. I was gonna fix that. Change that system anyway because things that I set down are placed relative to where my feet are, not relative to the incline of the ground they actually land on. They'll tilt to the incline, but they won't snap to the elevation, if that makes any sense. Not everything does yet, though. Well, I guess I did get all the arrows back. I started with 12 and I have 12. That's odd. Yeah, I made everything myself, Tooth. Yeah, I use it's a pencil even. Hey, thanks man, I appreciate it. Yeah, dude, I totally use notebook and pencil. Way to go. We didn't even have computers at school. I had to walk uphill both ways in the snow. Now I remember playing Oregon Trail when I was like, I don't know, 10. Other than that, I think I took 1 computer class. It was optional in high school. Other than that, it was literally little kids would use them to play Oregon Trail in the library. And that's all I can really remember. We had really old computers for a typing class, just to learn how to type. You know, where they'd use just typewriters back in the day. Those computers are so old they couldn't even run Oregon Trail. I don't know what the hell they were called. They were pretty big, but they had these massive, nasty green screens. Nice. One finger chicken peck. My dad types like that too. So from here on there's no enemies. They're just back in that starter area. So this is just going to be a long walk for the hell of it. Just to give me a better idea of the environment. Need to add a sound effect to that. Yeah, it's only first person, said he. And only single player. Much inspired by games similar to it. It's not very fast, Chevy. By the time I took typing class, I think I was, I don't know, 16 or 17? And I didn't even have a computer at my house at that time. And my cousin got one when he was 15. We're the same age. We used to go on like AOL and shit and just troll people. Just from like that year of typing, I was already like pretty fast at typing by the time I went to typing class. Probably type like 40 or 50 words a minute. Just in that one time of that 1 year of AOL chat. I had messed around with a little computer before that, though. That was called a pre-computer 1000. It was basically a toy that would help teach you to type. And it had a screen about as big as like a calculator, you know, it would just read out letters. But the whole point is, I think that's how most people probably learn how to type now, is just from social media, really. You know, just typing away on Facebook and shit like that. I don't know though. We'll see how my kids do once they get to the typing age. They're just learning how to write and spell right now. Yeah, I'd say 80 words per minute is pretty damn fast. I'm at like 60 or 65 right now. I haven't really checked to see. I got a bad habit of looking at the keys though when I type. I remember the text-based, like RPG games, like Dungeons and Dragons style. I don't remember any of the Mafia gangster ones though. What was it, 404? I think I messed around for a couple minutes with those aliens. So I've been walking for a good 10 minutes already. Holy shit, because I'm probably not even a third of the way there. Lose that arrow. Oh, there it is. Oh shit, I forgot to grab wood. I'm gonna freeze to death. Damn it. Wait, I can fix that. That's pretty funny. No real point in finding this arrow. Oh, you don't have collision on you yet? Oh, come on. How did I screw that up? Wait, that doesn't make sense, because I took that from... If this doesn't have collision, none of them should. Weird. Alright, see if the well works. Alright, well works. But I need to figure out why there's no collision on that. And give myself some branches so I can heat up. So 4:18. Take 2 minutes off. They've already been walking for 16 minutes. No. Math. 12 minutes. Yep. Okay, save it. Zoom. And X out. No errors. Just that texture streaming pool error, but that resets itself when you log out. It's kind of weird. How's it going? These guys, why don't they have collision on them? They're just static meshes. Hut 2. Oh, I remember now. There's a hut and a hut 2. It's the hut. The original hut is bigger and shrunk down to the size it is in the game. And I got sick of doing that, so I manipulated the mesh in Blender, brought in a new size hut that's the right size, and I just forgot to do this. There we go. Both of them work, it's just that this one I don't have to resize when I bring it in. But that'll have collision on it now, and I can just throw some branches in. It's just a regular branch. So I'll throw in 6. Where did I come in? I'll throw them right here. No, the editor? No. Fuck. No, it's just branch pickup. 2 different versions of some of the items for the save load system, but don't need it for the branches as of now, because the only branches in the game are branches that are already in the editor. Once I add a spawning system for branches, like if I was ever to harvest branches from something, that's when I'll have to use the second branch, even though they're exactly the same in the game. There has to be 2 different versions of them, the way that the saving and loading system currently works, because it has to differentiate between items that were in the game when you started and items that you created. Hopefully that shouldn't corrupt the save. And now I'll be able to load the game and start right where I was. But there's gonna be branches there for me to make a fire. Let's see, 4:23 it'll be about. I'll write that down. What was this, Eddie? Okay, if I quit, I can only only currently load from the title screen. You better not lock up. Alright, there we go. So here's the title screen, but instead of starting a new game, which just shows some white text for backstory, I'm just gonna load. And right now there's no load slots or save slots, it's just your last save. That's what it loads to. And it looked like it was right at nighttime. And here's my branches that weren't there. Nice. And then, let's see. Start campfire. I'm warming up. This meat so I can eat that to get an energy boost when my stamina runs out. Probably eat this gourd right now. Craft a knife. Cook that. Craft water gourd, which I needed the knife to craft. That now. It's either eat that and waste the food and water it gives me, or which would be kind of a waste, or save. Oh god. See, you get a little food and water if you eat the gourd. But it might need the food in the future. You get more water if you make fill it with water, obviously, but then I might starve to death. I'll be fine. I'm just gonna eat it. All right, and another water gourd. And I can, if I'm not by a well, I can go right here and fill the gourd with the aloe. But that's dumb. So I'm just gonna fill it up here. Go. And tinder bundle is only about halfway burnt. That should be fine. Go back here and warm up. The fire stays for about 5 minutes or so right now. And get my torch out. Now, as long as I'm holding a torch, I won't get colder. Should be good. Yeah, it's already getting dark. And yeah, that doesn't really make sense. Yeah, it does, because I was screwing around for a few minutes. And it started actually a few minutes after sunrise, so yeah, it's 20 minute days. Well, the moon's out, casting shadows. Here to see without the torch. Wow, that stream is so choppy. It's getting a little better. Just looking at my stream preview. Hopefully I can actually make it up this mountain pass. Otherwise I'd have to walk really far around. Why'd you leave, Zeddy? Why you go? I asked you what that link was all about. I would have checked it out. Oh, it's prisonstruggle.com. Just noticed on my other chat window. What is that all about? think the pass is over here. The trail. That's nothing more than a little valley right now. Eat this to get stamina boost. That too. Yeah, I'll have plenty of food to make it. I do, Joseph. It's funny that Zeddy was like surprised that the link was automatically removed. And barbaric, Joseph. "17 minutes of straight walking already." Yeah, it's about like what I thought. I thought about a half hour, and I'm probably about halfway there. Crazy. There we go, here's the crest. I should have shut the stamina drain off, but I do kind of want to see relatively what it would be like, the mechanics that are implemented right now. Oh god. Might not be where I thought. Be dangerous. Not really though, I don't have falling damage.
Daddy,
Hey, what's up?
can we finish the Star Wars video
What?
now?
Yeah, we can in a little bit, okay?
We have to do it right
You
now.
know, we will. Just a little bit.
Hey. He said in a little bit.
Alright, I think I actually might log off, because it's literally going to take at least 15 or 20 minutes to walk from here to the stairway. All the way up across the bridges. So I'm just going to save it right here, and might try to continue the progress tomorrow. And the first walk from starter area to the temple was at 4:32. 7 minutes? Yeah, that took me 18 minutes of walking just to get there. Holy shit. Okay. I will see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. Y'all take care.